Yes. Say it again.
Yes!
Make me believe it.
Yes! Yes!
Testing
Yes!
TTS.
Yeah!
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Yes, earlier stream today. Because it's the PoE2 announcement. I don't think I want to do it this way, actually. Let me change this. We'll pull it up on YouTube and just put it on my main screen here, I think. Is it going to be the Path of Exile or is it going to be Path of Exile 2? Wait, do they not go live on YouTube? Can't wait? Bro, you don't even know what's happening. How can you not wait? Wait, do they not go live on YouTube? I guess I don't go live on YouTube. All right. Well, I guess we'll try to pull up on Twitch. It didn't like my way of doing things. Yeah. So we might get ads is the problem. Nine more days, bro. Classes start less than 5? Wait. It's not 9 days, is it? It should be a week from today, right? Usually they do the announcement stuff a week before. So it should be like 7 days, right? All right, we'll do it like this. "29th." Wait, that's so weird. Wait, so you're telling me not only is it not getting released a week from the announcement day, but it's also getting released on like a Sunday? Ain't no way, little bro. Wait, no, 29th is a Friday. Wait, today's Wednesday. Oh my God, I'm so thrown off. I'm so thrown off. Oh my God.
Now for the date. 0.3.0 will be released on August 29th, PDT. It's a little later in the month than we had hoped, but this is a big update, and there were a few other constraints we had to work around. We will be announcing the content of the release around 1 week beforehand. We look forward to showing you guys what we have been cooking up.
Yeah, usually it's exactly a week. So usually they do like the announcement on the Friday before. So it's interesting. I have no perception of time anymore, I guess, and I definitely thought today was Friday because the announcement thing. Dude, my brain is fucking cooked. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, earlier stream today for this. I don't know if we'll do a full stream today or not. We might. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We have 10 minutes until the announcement trailer. I'm going to get something to snack on real quick. Maybe a little more drinky drink. And by that, I just mean water. I don't know why I said it like that, but I'll be right back, guys. Nope, it's Wednesday. Apex was fun. Yeah, I mean, I could do Apex again, I guess. Hey, baddie. I'm telling you right now, Tadoni, if I ever got into a spot with somebody I actually wanted to have sex with or something, and they called me a baddie in the middle, I would straight up tell them not to do that, or we're done here. I'm just saying. Your pee-pee gonna shrink back to 3 millimeters? What do you mean back? What does this shrink back? That implies it ever was. What is this? I think you're projecting, Tadoni. It's not healthy. Stop it. All right. So, I've seen a couple things that, like I listened to a video somewhat this morning. I called out sick this morning. I wasn't feeling very good. So I put on an hour-long video and fell asleep to it. And it was talking about some leaks and stuff. What is this? Yeah, I'm not doing that. It was talking about leaks. So allegedly, there is no class announcement. There will be no new class to play, allegedly. Allegedly, they're putting in a sprint. And it'll work kind of like the Roa, to where like you can sprint around, but if you get hit, you'll get knocked down and stunned. There was a couple other things I don't really remember, but what are things? I mean, Act 4 is like confirmed pretty much, I think. So that's nice. What are things I want to see? I would love if they reworked supports so that they don't suck. That would be nice. And by supports, I mean support gyms. There's like 200 and something support gyms or whatever, and like 150 of them are just complete garbage. And then like the remaining 50, like over half are also like not great. I would love to see some attention to the beginning acts in terms of them thinking forward of how long they want players to be stuck in the campaign. I would love to see some shrinking of maps or more predictable maps. Like, if you think back to PoE 1, PoE 1 maps had a bunch of, like, hidden things to help direct you to the right, like, spots and stuff. Things like that might be cool. Improvements to move. The way that sprint, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. The way that the sprint was getting portrayed as, I'm not holding my breath for sprint. We'll see. I would like to see them pick a direction they want to go, I guess. like right now, they're like in this weird in between where they don't want to be PoE 1, but they're not PoE 2. And what I mean by that is like they're trying to cater to PoE 1 players by like adding more speed and stuff into the video game, with doing it with like a twist of like their variation of like, oh, but it's like still hard and like challenging and like not as fun. So I wish they would just pick a lane. Like, do they want the game to be fun for PoE 1 players, or do they want it to be its own thing and it just not be playable, like replayable? That's really what it feels like. Like if they want PoE 2 to be, you know, people are putting thousands of hours, or we'll just say hundreds of hours every season into the fucking league, then they need to prioritize fun over their their vision of PoE 2. But if they just want the game to be like, you check out the new stuff every season and then you go away, like Diablo 4 basically, but like maybe you're there a little bit longer, then like fucking like head in that direction more. They're in this weird in-between spot where they're not really appeasing anybody, I feel like. Passive trees, like your passive points, I would love to see improvements on the passive tree. That'd be another thing I'd love to see. All right, 30 seconds. Here we go, boys. Oh, Lightning Spear.
Hi,
We'll see.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way,
There you go.
let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
All right, here we go. Teaser trailer. Give it to me, baby.
Karui! I have called you here to save our
Toda?
people. To save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other. But we endured. And we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And we have stood by,
Louder?
doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand.
Okay. That was a new enemy. This is the new trial. Yo, what's this area? This area looks sick. Fuck that boss. Yeah, for sure new bosses. There's the Act 4's coming out. Yo, what the heck? These guys look crazy.
While we're waiting in this intermission, Cody, I don't know if you're aware, but on the
King's
bottom
March.
right of your screen, under the expand button, or to the left of the send message button, there's a button that says continue sub or subscribe. If you click on that, you'll see an option there. It says to subscribe.
35 new areas, 24 new bosses. Oh my god. Support Jim Overhaul!
If you see that button, smash that subscribe prime button and get the show.
New notable! Bro, they hit both the things I wanted! Sprinting. It was confirmed sprinting, dude. New trade system. Yo! Wait, poggers! I'm pogging out! I'm pogging out! Is it new class? No, I don't think there's a new class.
Yo, chat. This reveal got my PP hard.
True! Yo, I had pretty low expectations. So I set my, like, I was like, what will they probably not change that I want to see change? And they fucking did it! Oh my god.
Now,
That's
as
big.
you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all.
Wait.
There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty
What?
too.
We
After
gotta
that,
do
we'll be going
7
through the
acts
massive
now?
changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs.
Lineage.
Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal. This
New
season's
crafting
exclusive
system, new
league
crafting
mechanic,
system.
and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
Okay.
After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new
Asynchronous
supporter
trade.
packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where
Items
ZD
when
will ask Path of
sellers
Exile
are
2's game
offline?
directors,
What?
myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, Hatch Notes. They're
Yo,
not quite
this is going to be
complete, but
huge.
They should give you some nice details to chew on.
Wait, am I getting hyped for
We've
PoE
got a
2?
lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for
Free
Path of Exile
weekend!
2.
Midnight to
That's
play!
right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try.
Okay.
All right, let's get started with Act 4.
Okay, weekend's not
The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes.
Okay.
You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail.
That's
When
kind
you
of cool.
open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like.
Yo,
Act 4 is
what?
completely non-linear, and you can
I mean,
visit the islands
obviously
in any
this is
order
just
you
a map.
choose.
But it looks really cool.
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper
Did he
of a
just say
curse that afflicts all
Whakapanu
who travel
Island?
there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
That's a fucking sick ability, whatever that is.
Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force.
We're going to fuck upon you island, bro.
Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go,
Dude,
you
these
will fight
monsters look
dangerous
kinda cool.
beasts. Find fabulous treasures.
Dude, that melee ability looks sick, by the way. The swirly, like...
And
golden-
battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama,
Okay.
seize your soul!
Yama the White.
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16
Jesus
new areas,
Christ.
12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters.
Yo,
There's a huge amount to
titties!
show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself.
Titties! It's officially
What happens
a Booba
after
game.
Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that.
Yes.
We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them
Oh,
the
it's not
Interludes.
the first 3 acts.
The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to
Okay.
level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham.
Interesting.
Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor. But there's a new danger afoot.
Wait, isn't this just Act 1?
The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local
Man, thanks for the
farmland.
follow.
You'll discover new areas.
Yes,
new
it's not
bosses.
just Act 1. Yo, this boss making a comeback.
You'll need to find your way through the darkness,
Oh, God.
uncover the source of corruption,
Yo, what the heck?
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
Wait,
And that's
aren't
just the
these just
first
Act
interlude.
1 bosses redone?
The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri
Oh
desert
my God,
where
it is
Sala has
Act
been
1,
given
2,
a
and
sacred
3,
duty.
just slightly different.
When the skies
That's
align,
kinda
the
gross.
gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari. Find those responsible for disrupting
Oh.
the gifting.
Bro, the campaign's gonna take 20 hours.
Fight
again.
even more
God
new
damn it.
bosses. Discover the
It's even
secrets of
same
the
arena.
ancient ritual.
Oh, God.
Discover new locations,
Dude, that ability is looking fucking juicy.
and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive
Okay.
the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way,
Okay.
and the further up
Act
the
3
mountain you
looks a little
venture,
bit
the
different.
colder it will
Probably
become.
because it just has snow, but
Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well.
only 6 to 7
When
areas.
you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses.
Okay.
It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away.
Okay.
These are side stories after all. But don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again.
No,
But we do
no,
also
you're
have
so out
another
of
new
touch for
feature to
that.
address that particular
okay.
concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting.
He is still so out of touch on what.
In
why it
030,
feels
when
like
you
a
hold down the
slog.
dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll.
Oh God, it was
This
right.
is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for.
Oh no.
The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
Dude.
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to
Okay.
PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can
Wait, how
accelerate
do
the
you do
pace
that
of the
with
game for those who
Roa?
want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
Yeah.
One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in
Oh,
every
no.
skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per
I mean,
character.
this is good, but
You can
it's
now
not
use
good
as
for
many
support
copies as you
gems.
like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Okay.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale
I
to
guess it's
in-game
a step in the
because
right
the supports
direction,
that would
but
make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
the bigger problem is that there's so many support gems that are
In
dog
addition to
shit.
that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
Okay.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game.
Oh,
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%.
That's
But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new.
good. Okay.
It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
No,
In
they
some
still have
cases, the
stupid
highest tiers might work a little
conditional
differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting.
Okay.
The first couple of
needs a
levels gives 15,
change.
then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells.
Yeah, you're
So
just
that's
going to
pretty
use
good
the
for upgrades
50,
through
the
campaign.
20% cast
But we
speed
wanted to
one.
add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports,
Okay.
you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
That's good.
others fairly common. Some of them are build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame. So there's
Okay.
a lot of
I
power
don't
to
hate
find
them
out
so
there.
far.
Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available.
What?
As well as increasing its range, Escape
It's
Shot
like the
creates
most
fragments of ice
useful
whenever it hits the
fucking
ground.
ability. Skill,
These fragments
ailment.
explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies.
Okay.
But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Okay.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
Freezing salvo
Also
coming
modified
back.
Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something
Okay.
you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better.
We're gonna see some ridiculous
Toxic Growth is a
one-shot
skill that was
builds.
pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
Oh my god! Great.
And we've also added a new
change.
poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
Okay.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow.
What?
It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Why was
but it
that
also
annoying to
means you can
use?
support it with projectile supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target,
Why
allowing
would...
it to scale into the
Wait, that's a bad change.
We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
That's strong as fuck. Are we starting
Of course,
bows,
one of the other big
boys?
problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that.
Okay.
Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike
Okay.
evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion,
Okay.
and there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too.
So it's like spell suppress,
And
but
unlike
for
evasion,
everything.
there's no maximum chance.
That's
You
really
can reach
strong.
100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Okay.
This makes parry much more reliable.
I still
And
don't
not
think
only
people are
that,
going to
but
want
to
to
make
use it,
block
but
and
okay.
parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Okay.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard. So
True.
we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential.
Okay.
We've also added a new skill called Forge
Yeah,
Hammer.
this ability
This
looks
skill throws
awesome.
a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can
Oh, wait.
recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you
Is
like.
that not the ability
but
I was
the
thinking
cooler
of?
thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the
There
hammer
it
explode.
is. That is
making
the
a bunch of
ability.
volcanic
This
fissures
ability
around.
looks kind of cool.
Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
Yeah, that's really cool.
We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill
Okay.
now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking
Okay.
King Kaum's favor.
I will note
After you do, use it to
that their
channel Kaum's
showcase
ancestral power.
looks cool.
Every
The
attack
ability
will be
looks awesome.
ancestrally boosted with fire.
But they
Your
can't
very
kill white
steps will explode,
monsters.
triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
It's taking like 10 seconds to kill white monsters.
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Why does that... Why do those two things...
Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls.
Okay.
We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
Dude, the warrior's looking pretty fucking cool. He looks like he
Seismic
still
Cry now
does no
stuns
damage,
enemies that
but...
are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
Damn.
Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has
40%.
undergone some pretty
Wow.
significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal.
God, dude,
so
that
we've
arena
changed this
looks
totem to
sick.
require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales with your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
What? There's no... What?
In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now support to
Yo,
make
totem
perfect strike
builds are gonna
unit
go
charges,
fucking hard,
and support for
bro.
generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to
If you can
upgrade
get
the War
endurance
Grid.
charges, that is.
Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior
OJKHGY.
forest to
I
make
have
an
no
army
idea how
of
to pronounce
Karui
that,
would
but
make
thanks for the follow,
Tukahama
man. I
proud.
appreciate that. On Kick.
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Okay.
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with.
True.
So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you
Yeah,
don't
that
have
was
much
super
accuracy.
annoying, actually, now that I think about
Warriors
it.
shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now
Okay.
available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's something.
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just
Okay.
crossbow skills. With
That's
both
good.
of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a
True!
lightning
Look at
skill
that
into a build
grenade!
that
Oh
otherwise
my
wouldn't use
God.
one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds,
Okay.
and skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game.
Okay, crossbows
Chill
may
now
be
lasts
really
8 seconds,
good
giving you more
again.
of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets.
Okay.
So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective.
Why does this
Now,
arena
there's a
look
lot more
different
buffs
for
to
her?
crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon.
A
This one lets
crossbow
you socket any
totem.
grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Oh shit. Okay. So a way to automate grenades. Wait, that's actually kind
Another
of
issue
big.
on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to
True.
them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff.
Wait,
and
so
you
I
can
don't
use
need
them when
Valor
you
to
get
cast
enough
them?
glory.
Wait, banners are good?
On which one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack
didn't even
minions
know that
now
was a
always hit, which
requirement.
makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
Okay, minions buffed.
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense.
Okay.
And makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre
Okay.
was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Yo! Spectres log in?
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap.
Oh
When
shit.
an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies
what
with
is
the
that
scythe
AoE though?
to
That
cull them
AoE is
instantly,
nothing.
healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy,
Yeah.
which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Interesting.
On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now.
Interesting.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration and
everything's
use the skill
getting
multiple
buffed.
times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage.
Okay.
A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All
That's
quarterstaff attacks
sick.
now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
That is really fucking cool, actually.
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too.
That might be the single best note in the fucking game right now.
Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental
Whoa.
prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Interesting, but I
In
don't know if
addition,
it's
he can make
good.
all of his chaos damage leech.
Oh,
And we've
shit.
buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills.
Okay.
He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight.
Oh my god, I actually don't
Now
know
let's
where to
talk about
start now.
Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to.
Okay.
So for example,
What was that?
there's no longer 3 curses.
She had a
for
buff
fire,
on. What
ice,
was
and
that
lightning.
buff?
Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3
Yeah,
at
there's
the same
elemental
time.
weakness, called it.
And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff
That
any of
is
your other
fucking
skills.
way too strong.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too.
Okay.
Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions.
That buff.
For example,
What's that buff?
when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles.
Interesting.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground.
Okay.
And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode.
Cool.
Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have
Oh,
one,
shit,
you could
okay.
cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it.
Oh yeah, so Flame
Or
Wall is
power up
just
Ember Fusillade with lightning,
hugely
which
buffed.
will generate
What?
arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
There's like no way to get flat
Or
spell
maybe go
damage in the
lightning on
game.
lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an Ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add Lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Ice might have a percentage.
Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
That's so fucking cool looking.
Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and there's
That's
some
pretty
lead behind
strong.
infusions.
That's pretty good.
And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once.
That's fucking cool.
We also have a Spirit Reservation skill
Yeah, this the buff.
and a
What is
support
this?
gem to help generate them too.
Okay.
On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and
Okay.
causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
That's kind of neat. But why
The
why did the
Ritual
flame
Cadence
wall not?
keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds.
Okay. Yo.
Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive
Auto
tree for
comment
each
coming
class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around
Jesus.
20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version, and here's the new version.
Oh
It's
my
a lot
god.
more dense, and
They
there's more
didn't
interesting nodes than
fucking
before.
Fix the nodes that were bad.
Now, we
They
probably
just
can't go
added
through too
more.
many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you
Oh
one from
my
each class's
God.
area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So, for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage.
Okay.
Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate.
Okay.
A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Oh, if a majority. Wait, couldn't you just get them all
Another
to equal
Ascendancy
each
class
other and then you're
aligned
immune
notable
to
is
all
Sanguimatic
status
Rituals.
elements?
It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have
Okay.
ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one.
Might be cool.
Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
Bro, did they
Or
just
maybe you'd like
fix
the Great Boar.
fucking meta
It
skills?
gives you a reason to stack
So people
dexterity
couldn't
to
use
make
them,
you
now they're
tougher,
making them
giving
usable?
a bonus to life
Okay.
and stun threshold.
1 life per 4 decks.
Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems.
Okay.
Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a
Big!
few too many nodes and attributes, and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by
Big!
25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are
We're still
way more
gonna need
changes
that,
than
but
just
that's
these.
big.
These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off. But I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
Okay, a lot of
As you
really,
just
really
saw,
big changes.
Even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on.
Why?
It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is
I know
fresh
why, but
and
why?
filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table.
This is gonna piss off a lot
The
of people,
Abyssal are a
and
race
it's
that
so
have
stupid that it's
mastery of
going to.
forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface,
Dude, this thing won't
As you
zip.
proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground.
Okay.
As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food.
So
Once all
Abyss
those
is here,
fissures have
huh?
been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself.
Ooh.
This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards.
To be determined. Ooh, we
If
got an
you are able
orbital
to kill them all,
augmentation.
the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
A Nod rib.
Areas often contain many pits.
That
with
was
many
so
fissures,
underwhelming
and the amount
loot-wise.
goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
That's so disgusting. Okay, I just don't want to do Abyss now.
Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics.
I
If
so
you
don't
defeat
want
a
to do
rogue exile
Abyss.
that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
Yeah.
If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Yo, what the fuck?
Monsters imprisoned in essences near
was
abyssal
so
pits are affected
cool
by the
looking.
abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So,
But there's
that's
not
your
going to
bread
be a
and
way
butter
to
of the
force the
Abyssal League.
Abyss to be in certain
Kill
areas.
surface-dwelling
It's just gonna be
monsters,
random and you're
kill
gonna
the
get
emerging
lucky
abyssal,
RNG.
close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however.
It is cool how it
As you
interacts with other
complete
mechanics,
abysses,
though.
you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Okay.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you.
That frame rate, though.
So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items?
You do not have to
Obviously,
come here every
just throw
time.
them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do.
You do not have to
Before
come
throwing
here
it in,
every
you are
time to
given
do
the
it,
option
though.
of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
So it's just
Once
June.
you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in.
That's really
Where
strong,
it will
though.
absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool.
Why does
all
this
the way
animation
through
need to take
specialized
15
modifiers
seconds?
that cannot normally appear on items.
Sure, it looks cool,
During the
but
campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods. But during the end game,
Nobody's gonna
there is a
use this,
whole
man.
set of new and
all right,
powerful
they
mods
will,
you can
but
add to your
nobody's going to
items.
use this, man. But they
Like this
will.
mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem.
Okay,
Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
it's pretty strong.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
I don't think that's useful, probably.
And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a
What?
preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers
God
that push
damn it.
difficulty and rewards to new heights.
No!
Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
Bro, I'm not come
With
into this stupid
modifier,
well of
the
souls
natural
every time I need
inhabitants
to
of the
craft
area
something.
are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus.
Bro, you better be able to
Or
go
this
put
one,
that in your
which
hideout.
causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Okay.
There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier.
Okay.
Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the
There's
entire
no-
area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters,
A greater
It has its
orb of
own specific
augmentation?
drops
Wait, what is
too.
that?
one example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This
What is
support
that?
empowers both
Okay.
you and your minions when you command them.
What was that
granting
greater
unholy
orb of
might to you both.
augmentation? What the heck was that?
Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor.
Okay.
These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects.
I mean, that doesn't...
Think
mean-
of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment.
Okay.
In the endgame,
That didn't
where
seem
you can
that
still find
strong.
depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire,
Oh,
a
shit.
device being used by
Oh,
commanders
shit.
of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire.
Okay.
There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League,
Oh, shit.
and
They
there are
put
some
the belt
pretty
in the
cool
game.
uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned.
Yeah.
It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't
Games
work on
bones.
belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables.
Okay.
This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is.
Oh, that's
You can
kind of
also
cool.
find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This
Oh,
jewel
no!
transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version
Timeless jewels
and
are
has
in the
multiple
game.
depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy
dear
of becoming
God.
part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Okay.
Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding
Abyss seems
25 new
interesting.
in-game maps.
Don't know
These
if I
maps
like
will
it yet.
contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens.
See
At the
lots
end
of
is a
obstacles.
giant goblin king boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
This guy eats sulfite. He just ate a fucking human being.
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, reaper-like boss with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final
did you
bosses
roll
of each
into that?
interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses.
Dude, the double bosses, oh my gosh.
Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses.
I'm still not a
In
big
the
fan of
desert
the...
biome, you can encounter
map.
a wild sandstorm.
Okay.
3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the
This is
sandstorm's
not gonna
magic
work
is
correctly.
disrupted, revealing the
I
map
already
inside
know this is gonna
and
be
allowing
bugged
you
as
to
fuck.
access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map.
So if you just miss that while
Another
you're in the map,
example
you're
is this
fucked, I
Val
guess?
Vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Val Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garukan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life.
Okay.
Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes
Okay.
to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile
Okay.
1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding.
That's a good
Waystone
way of
mods
doing it.
now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
Oh, that's
Some
kind of
maps will
annoying.
end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything.
That's kind of fucking
Due
annoying.
to now
but
having more
okay.
modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier
I think
to account for
alchemies
this.
and chaos orbs are going to be very expensive.
So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones. But what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a
That's
specific objective
okay.
for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis.
Okay, that's not a bad change,
The
I
rest
think.
of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This
Oh,
creates a
no.
negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
I mean, not
To
wrong,
address this,
I guess.
each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less,
I
which
guess
also allows you to run this
that's
content
not
much sooner into the
bad.
endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently.
But you still
Instead
get
of requiring splinters,
better
he still
rewards
needs
for going
crisis
in harder
fragments.
content then, or what?
We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments.
Oh.
These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level.
Okay,
Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game
Is it hard to get to the
mechanics.
mid-90s?
Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants crackling palm.
Wait,
A
aren't
skill
you just gonna have the
which
same
empowers
problem you
your
were just
unarmed
talking about with
attacks,
your other bosses, though?
granting
With
the ability to call
Arbiter?
down the storms
Like, everybody's just
themselves
gonna
on enemies you hit.
make them calamity
Put
fragments
simply,
and then sell those, right?
Literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned hollow palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet
Okay.
to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself.
Future past?
This is
Cannot be
reflected by
blinded?
granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
What?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet.
Brother, that's
Ultimately,
gonna get
your in-game
abused.
experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items.
Okay.
Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements.
Yeah, what was that greater
Let's
orb of
start with
augmentation?
essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide.
True!
To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning
Okay.
you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too,
Why?
adding even more fire damage with each upgrade.
That's so stupid. No, that's
The
dumb.
intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item.
That's stupid.
You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So
Okay.
it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames.
I mean,
You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different,
that still kind of
with some
sucks, man. I'm not gonna
opportunities to
lie.
be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences.
That means you need
each
to
with
get like a
many
fucking
tiers,
perfect item except for
covering
one
many
stat,
of
and
the
then
more
hope you hit the
core
one in
modifiers you'd
fucking
want on
3,
items
4,
early
5,
on
6, whatever
through
it is.
to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects.
Yeah, what was that
You might
greater
have
orb?
noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop? but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find
Oh,
Greater
God.
Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
Oh,
This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting.
that's interesting.
These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, Chaos
Wow.
meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity
They're really
to a
doing
fully completed
everything they
rare
can
with
to
guaranteed
not
high tier
add
mods.
fucking alterations or scours into
On
the
top
video
of these
game,
new
dude.
core crafting currencies,
Jesus
we
Christ.
wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality,
Unless you're a
up to
spellcaster.
30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket.
Okay.
You can also get exceptional unique items.
What does that 30 quality do on
To
that
add even
staff?
further to
Nothing.
your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class.
That's
Or
abusable.
the Omen
okay.
of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb
What?
used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values,
Oh my
raising the ceiling on
god.
the new most powerful rare items in the game. This Omen
That's
will also cause your item to become
Easily the most expensive
sanctified.
item in the game right there.
Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
Holy shit.
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to re-roll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
Okay. Dude, that
Besides these
Omen of
examples,
Sanctify or whatever
there is a
is
huge variety
busted.
of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters.
Next to Mirrors, that's gonna be the most
With the
expensive item
release
in
of
the
Act
game,
4,
I think.
notably taking place in the Kardori Archipelago,
Never mind.
you'll be able
Hinakora's
to
here
now find a new currency item, Hinikora's Lock. Hinikora, the Kardori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item
Oh
gives
my
you
god,
that same power
Hinakora's locks
too.
are in the game. It's over,
For
boys.
example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself.
These are
given
some better
that,
changes,
it's
yeah.
time to talk about a massive one.
Yes,
Trade.
dude. Your asynchronous
It's
trading.
finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website.
Yeah.
These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered.
True.
In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They
There's
can
a
continue
gold
farming,
requirement.
killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With
That's
the
pretty
introduction
big.
of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business.
No more Faustus already?
If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there.
Okay.
If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You
Yo,
can
what
do
is
this
that
by
monster?
completing
That
a
thing looks
quest
cool.
to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations.
Okay.
Once invited to your hideout, She will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs.
Yeah.
And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items.
It's
such as
really annoying that we have
Exalted Orbs
perfect
or Chaos Orbs.
exalts and shit now.
Once a price is set,
That's really
other players will
annoying.
be able
Oh
to
my
find the
God.
item by
I hate
searching for
that.
it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your
Fuck.
character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't
Interesting.
yet discovered. You'll
Okay, I
notice that
like
as
this.
a buyer, on top of the currency the
But
seller
trading
set
is
for
going to
the
be so
price,
much harder
it
now that they
also
introduced
costs
the
gold to
greater and
purchase an
perfect
item,
versions of
as
stuff.
Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs
Okay.
for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs.
Okay.
If you want. You can do that here on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To
Okay.
clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system.
Is there a
We
reason
expect
not
a
to?
lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you.
Wait, so she's going to have
As we are not
specific
able to
tabs
test
for
internally
her?
with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Not really a fan of
The
the...
Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
I don't really like this one.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal.
That's a portal?
The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so.
That guy's kind
This
of cool,
ancient
but...
creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods. with
Yeah,
the
I don't really like
Apostle of
this.
Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching
set.
back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness
Okay.
as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
Okay.
The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
If I liked pets, that's a cute pet.
Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations.
Okay.
In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
Okay, the hideout's kind of cool.
The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
I like this one
Trathan
more.
Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel.
Pretty cool.
As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of
I don't
other
like how that
pets,
moves.
and at your command, it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse.
You can eat other people's pets?
The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate
This
with the
armor set's
Cruel
not as
Trathan
bad.
Executioner armor set.
It's better.
The matching Cruel Trathan
I
Executioner
don't like that
cloak
back attachment
will
at all.
shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood
I
behind
didn't realize
you
it was like
as
a
you
fucking
build up a kill streak.
flowing river of blood.
Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back.
I like that more, honestly.
Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The
I'm
swirling
not a big
blood
character
increases in
effect
volume
guy.
as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely
Oh,
be
this is
playing
a
fair, right?
gambler. That's kind of cool.
The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims.
Nice.
This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed.
Total number of
This
monsters
is then
killed is kind
displayed
of a
on a
nice
leaderboard,
stat.
so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Okay.
Thanks for
don't
joining
know
us
what I'm gonna
today
start
and
now.
checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its
I'm
new
leaning towards
bosses,
bows
fighting
or
the Abyssal,
crossbows, though.
trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Although spells are looking kind of strong right now too. I think melee looks cool, but I think it's gonna be too weak. Could be wrong though. All right, big announcements. I think they're going in the wrong direction.
Hello,
With support
welcome
gyms.
back, Exiles. After a absolutely monumental
There's
deal, we now have a suitably juicy Q&A session for you.
they got the wrong
2 hours or something. So
audio
just
set up.
Grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark.
They're on the wrong
Discuss
audio track or something.
A lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we
They
certainly
always get the
we
audio
certainly managed
wrong
to do
here.
a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Fix the
Absolutely. I mean,
audio!
look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. You know, we need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So you know, like we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As I said, didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Oh God.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like.
Okay, he said he's pretty shocked.
You know,
To see how much was in this
you
one?
just-
I agree.
You just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure.
Actually, I'm not like that
Yep,
shocked,
so,
but
yeah,
I am
it's certainly
shocked that they
hard.
hit
I mean,
the things
look, the really hard part is, you know,
was
having to
hoping they
make
would
an act
hit.
at the same
Some of
time,
them,
like,
some of which at least.
That's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a like you know what it does do is it mean that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for new.
Nobody's gonna let them know that the
players
audio's
who,
bad? Like, what's
you know, are
going
not
on?
Necessarily the in-game players as well because you've got all of the you know the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty.
Why
big
is it
deal
so
for that stuff,
quiet?
But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game.
It's not
too, so the
echoing
in-game
now, at
content
least.
sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right,
where we were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there. Like, this is
we had a
T1, this
tier
is T2.
list. We
like,
actually fully of every problem, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know there were things in there like performance and things that aren't
Yeah.
necessarily the actual game content.
I mean,
and
the
all this
very
kind of stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was campaign.
I guess just turn up your
right?
mic-
That
your
was the one that we were
speakers,
like, we gotta
boys.
solve that. So things like that were just like we were, because we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure
The fuck did I
a
do
few
with my-
problems introduced here and there.
Did I leave my
Obviously,
water
as
downstairs?
watching
Fuck.
Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid. No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seems that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So
Okay, this
if we
game is
don't have
not
the balance
officially
in, like, a
coming
good
out for
place,
another
it kind of
year.
feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we
December
don't believe we can get
2026.
both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I think they came up with the right answers, the wrong solutions.
It's a big part of it's just
For example,
shifting, getting it
support
feeling and
gems.
feeling
Yeah,
right.
no,
It's
I mean it's a
probably
huge
really
deal.
challenging, right?
It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go
And
into
just
making,
allowing
each form feel right. So
multiple of the same support
but
gems.
we'll get there. Like I don't
So
think we're
now
that far
we're just
away
all
from it
gonna
now,
use
so,
the
it's
7
a
good
question of,
support gems.
prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all.
Dude,
then.
the audio
Might
is so
be,
weird
might
here.
be, yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
That is
class
true.
too, which
That
is
is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
hoping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling
Well,
most
I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind
a
of a
little
pretty
bit
glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
to-
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say
It
that
is
would be
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
so
so-
unusual.
It is real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
So
that.
that people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as you weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the in-game versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But yeah, it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So, but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but yeah, like it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like, obviously when you start, you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really guiding you. Like, the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like, I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like, it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and of course you got the league now in endgame as well,
and of course there's a league there too.
The Wisps were Wisps, sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like, wasn't
not a full-fledged
not what we've done
league
before.
Okay, so are Wisps gone? Because I didn't really like
know what
those.
a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area. There are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of end game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the
let's talk about that crafting system,
which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Do I have to go there every fucking time to craft?
Specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed, but it's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
Depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole again, more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like it.
ZD is like
not
way
a separate
quieter.
tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded. And it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well,
the
that's
boss
what I'm talking
difficulty.
about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now, though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah,
right?
and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you
Some of them, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night, and thus it wasn't in the
Ongoing,
live stream
right
accurately.
now.
It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there.
That's kind of lame.
Now I wanted to
guess it's
change it
less
so that you
RNG
can
though.
get like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration, with the new unique maps, and even towers. I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal? Is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so
I don't know. There's lots of things you said you understood the problem on, and then you don't understand the problem.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently.
I lack your confidence.
Seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well, I mean, I still want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see.
Ziggy, talk about this update, man!
Their issues with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad. Like effectively, it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like that it sucks beforehand.
We
and
could have told you that was going to be a problem. Like
it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like the reason you have random drops is because like any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't when it already sucks, as I said. Like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like there will need to be some approach to solving making it more controllable, like more deterministic in some way, like just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like because of a thing I can already see that sucks. That this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in
I mean,
chat
he needs
just
to
there
talk
that was
about the
like
topic.
the idea of
this
being able to kind of
launch,
erect
but
a
yes.
tower where you want it,
Right.
rather like is the this element of like being able to control, choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual
God
map
damn it,
areas you get
Jonathan!
are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like
You can
quite
already
nice.
do that. You
like you can
already
actually
do that
have
in
a
Path of
unique
Exile
map be way
1.
more powerful if like it's kind of you don't know exactly when you encounter it. So that kind of stuff is
You
is-
already
is
do that
quite
in
nice.
PoE
And,
1!
we want to do a lot more as well
And we
on the
can
Atlas,
still
like
choose
just
our
more stuff to
maps.
find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like
You're never
that's
gonna
way
get
more
that,
interesting.
Jonathan.
And as I said,
You're
that
a
stuff,
dreamer.
if you
I love that
the
about
problem
you.
is if you have
But
full
you're not
control
gonna
of
get it.
literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always
Yes,
drops a
you
unique or
can.
something
You
like that.
do that in
because
PoE 1.
then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability for to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas,
Well,
but
that's
we just
where-
need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not
You
having that control as well.
literally do that with div
maybe it
cards
is
in
the
PoE
case
1
more
already.
of just keeping like juicing up that exploration
In fact, that
aspect
dictates
even
what
more.
fucking
Yeah,
maps
that's
some people
what
farm.
it already felt like a big improvement with that last
Because it
one, and
has
the
that
new
unique thing
maps
that
and
can
the new
drop.
mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going
Yeah,
on.
the main
there.
point, like we did what we could, 100%. And you know, 040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's a, you know, an insane amount of content there. You know, it's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%.
No, I'm worried now because you guys are saying you're aware, but you're
And
clearly
I think a lot
not.
of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to Endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing.
Can we go back
Obviously,
to the crafting of
getting
the
rid
abyss stuff and
Cruel
how
was
annoying
a
it's going to be
priority.
to
We
have to
wanted
go to
do
that
as soon as
fucking
possible.
every time we
There's
want to
been this
craft.
problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically,
I feel like
the main thing there was
they should have just made us do acts 2 and 3.
The interludes are not exactly
And
the
then
same as an
taking that
act in
time
terms of
they-
like, you know, like each one of them is like, you know, a
crafted
straight
these
line, like you're
fucking-
going
and,
from here to
like,
here.
spent
There's
the
no
dev
like, you
time
know,
on the
like
fucking
different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like
Side
a single
quest
goal
stuff.
of like, you know, someone's telling you to do
like,
this,
actually
go,
do other
go deal with
things.
it. There's bosses along the way. You know, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game
cool, but, like,
as well. So that means we're not kind of
maybe we
wasting
could
any of the
have
arts. The only
Druid.
thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a you know, like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that. And ultimately, what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with like 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, you know, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, you know, we're doing a lot of art reuse.
You need 20, so you gave us 35?
We can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for you know, just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway. Like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to
It
get rid
would've
of
been
crawl.
fine,
We
and you
never
could have
wanted
spent the
crawl
dev
to
time on
exist,
other
right? It
things, but
existed
it's
as a
okay.
compromise.
Yeah.
So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something. You get to the Act 1 crawl and you're like, I've know all this content. You're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good. And then you're like, doing all this again.
Wears off quickly,
It's just like a little bit like.
I'm not that way.
At that
because I'm
point,
like,
you're
okay, now
just
I know
give
I
me
can
the end game,
speed run through this.
Whereas when you're playing through, the new acts, like it feels, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and it's not that just like I just did this like
they're back to
but
focusing
at least for
on
fast players as
the
well. They're gonna be like, oh my
campaign
god, I just did this
being
like a few
fun
hours
and
ago.
new and discovering.
It's like just too short of a time. Where but one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how their kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's three of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any
Yep, you do them in any
You
order.
can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other two. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies because there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from one.
Yeah. Okay.
Where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each and then,
That's
you just
wild.
level
I
up, get
didn't realize
overpowered,
interludes were
do
sandboxy
half
like
of
that,
each
'cause I was
area,
playing
then
asking
kill a
about how
boss,
the fact that
finish the
Act 4
other
is like a
area.
sandbox for like the red portion
Then you're
of it there.
speedrunning through
And,
most
that's
of
gonna be
the
super
area
interesting from like
at a higher
racing and
level than
speedrunning perspective
it
as to what
is.
people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, the repetitive.
I don't think it will, but it'll be fun for the first character.
Is there some good reasons to do it in
Maybe
different
the
orders
first
as well?
two
Like
or
you
three.
mentioned, like differences in rewards,
Yeah.
differences in challenges too. I imagine for different builds.
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is like probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what stats they were? I thought you did. Yeah, I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that. If I'm a caster, and then
You
I'll
say
go
that,
to the
but we're not gonna
other two
know.
acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones.
I
But
think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about.
Okay.
So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
Maybe a bit of a discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Yeah, get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
Cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. What do I do?
So you have to beat all 3 of the bosses to get to the end game then?
Yeah,
I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's like, 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
One of those islands, like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area, kind of thing. It's like because
go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
okay, I'll have to figure that one out.
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term. There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved. So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later.
So no new ascendancy thing.
You can still, there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Oh my god!
Later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it.
So just give us Act 1 and 2 and we would have had a new ascendancy, or 2 and 3, or however you want to do it.
But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked.
Oh, that's so annoying.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So, hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything, because at this point we're in the mode of like, we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once, and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first six months that way. Like
Acts 2, 3, 4.
So
back to back to back
big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, whereas like right at end game, you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that.
Yes,
did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduce zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. games. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So
I think it's gonna feel like
you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff. You can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it
all the time.
You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But
like
like,
that.
there's a fun risk reward to using it that way.
No,
though.
that's
Like,
not
If you
fun.
are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then
You have a
no,
very
it's
sick
pretty cruisy and it works
definition
right for
of
that. But
fun, Ziggy.
It also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then you get knocked down.
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the 5th time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you can skip past them if
There
you want.
were a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like there's a simpler way to now close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't.
And a movement skill would just kill you guys.
Maybe
like a normal.
Maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives on the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you
non-combat, avoid combats,
more
like
of an
passive
advantage over
points.
those other skills. We'll see.
You actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit better. For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like
so it's gonna be buggy. Ready for it?
Very
Let's
long
go.
time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's
for sure.
Obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
Well, I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0 to 0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it. Because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released. So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving. You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it
Sounds
helped a
great.
lot.
Let's talk
But
about
nice
the
thing is, like,
actual league that's
we still
coming
didn't
out
have
now,
to
guys.
compromise
Come
on
on.
like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a thing, a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to. You
mentioned
Things
like
are gonna
the way you
be
designed this
too
mean
easy,
You didn't
he
have to compromise
says.
on like
Concern
combat,
around
and
that.
That was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So you know, we tried it; it works. That's really what it comes down to, right? So you know, that as long as that's the case, then you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where you know, we're just it's all just like. Even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, you know, having to think once in a while.
It's gonna happen,
you know,
Jonathan.
during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, you know, sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%.
it was.
It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, you know, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, you know, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, you know, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, you know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of one per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there.
I think that's
is just
the wrong
that,
way to
isn't
do
it just
it,
going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of. I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So
that's true.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic of it's making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it, it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War. And that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
It definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being fine.
We'll see.
So I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like none of those are like...
Per character?
Okay, so you know... Something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though. Like this change. Like I've been playing warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gen change, the sprinting change. The faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap, instant
weapon swap is huge.
That's like it's a sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things.
Wasn't there?
It's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience.
Wasn't there stats on
I mean,
gear that was like
really big things.
increased
Like you've got the infusion stuff on the sword, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason giving people, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it. But Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes all through like the places.
Is that what that percentage for Ignite was?
One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross-element, so you're never going to use cross-element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged we merged cast on shock, ignite, and freeze into single.
We did. So there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. It isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and you're making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Shock has always been good.
It just shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if the skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that we really want to make sure that
Okay, but then if people specialize in shock, we're gonna have 100%
it's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just use your main skill instead.
Yeah, exactly. But like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all-in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like, if you don't Ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And
so
as
they
you
just
build
straight
up
up
more flammability on
other
an
curses
enemy,
other than elemental weakness.
the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher. And once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really, really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame
say
wall,
that,
like
but we'll find a
set on
way.
fire real quick. But if you real quick, but if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so,
nice. So finally a good solve for that instead of being
I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes... we'd use the word poise, which basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss. If the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So that we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now. Because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss getting
You
chunked.
suck.
Right.
Welcome back, Midnight.
Compared to like the regular.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so for the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. Like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunder, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good.
Pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, I think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either. Because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken arm?
Nobody talks about the new currencies and how that's a
it never
problem
really
with
made any
trade.
sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that okay. So, well, first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to like because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, oh, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue was what it was the whole like there's too many supports thing. Part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like it doesn't. The fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a range.
That's a weird take.
10 skills. 50
that is a weird take.
And it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like.
Yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So and I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but also pick. The names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for there's this thing that does a thing I don't what is it called? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know if you're aware.
Google it.
Yeah. Like there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah. But yeah,
that's what it needs to be like.
No, but I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this, so many people must be struggling with this. Like I went to build
crate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, and lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into
this is PoE 2
stuff that is
however
kind of like
the PoE 2 jump.
I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like,
has some PoE 1 benefits.
This is the thing to use here, so and and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. Obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques.
Implementing what they call asynchronous trading.
Actually, kind of like so.
They're basically replacing Faustus with a new NPC
we get
that does the currency exchange,
for everything.
But also has an offline shop set up
some of that
where you put up items for gold,
your own
and then players
I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that.
Buy the item from you by going to that vendor.
I don't know about that. Like people will
they'll just whisper you like they do online, but if it's in that vendor, it'll teleport them to your hideout.
Usually like a few other.
They'll go to that vendor.
Ideally, yeah.
And they buy the item from that vendor.
Over time, people
and then they can buy anything in that window too. So if there's other things in that window that they wanted to buy, they can just buy that too.
I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet, which is there's not many games like that really that still
I don't really think I get that as much from PoE 1 anymore, but PoE 2 is getting that.
I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
For sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6 link and how hard it is to do that and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level. It specifically takes some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
Official term.
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the idea is it's we're getting rid of the crap you don't want and making higher better stuff that you just get less.
I think this is going to make trade a nightmare.
We've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and that kind of stuff. So
that happened already.
That'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively so what you get there is
I like how
we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that
wiping his
you can
hands
still do
clean
map
of this
crafting. Because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones.
he
on
knows
that.
it's a bad idea.
What it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need.
I think
I will
that
say that
portion
the
of it is a
perfect
good idea.
results are not
I
common.
don't like the way
they are quite rare.
I think it would have been
there's
much
also
better if they
drop
just
rates
dropped a
are,
currency
to an
item
extent that's much larger
that was
than
like a
previous stuff,
combo
because the way that
currency
works
item
are
that
much more controlled by the level. So
you use that
the
in
difference
conjunction with
between,
a
the eye level
transmute,
78, 79,
and then it
80 is
upgrades
quite
your
large in terms of
transmute.
the percentage that gets converted.
Like when
so
you
there's
use
a little bit
it.
more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right? As well.
You can
So if
down
you're
cube. You can't up cube. You can down
If you're
cube.
if you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the
They don't
higher
want to be
ones, and you don't
associated with
need them for your
Diablo, huh?
gear,
Can't
downgrade
down
them so
cube,
they
huh?
can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. That's there.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's
but-
more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of expectation for when a player would have one 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, for the 5.
I think one of my characters
we did add a few more specific drops around during the campaign and a few more things like that to kind of just make sure. We really want to just make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of supposed to be the peak, top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as
we
guaranteeing
significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 021.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. So if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which
of a
was a decent time into 02. The 02
Let's find out how many of my characters have a 6 link.
The drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. We made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? You still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after a week or something in 020, the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah. And is it kind of the same thing for level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
During,
open my skills.
During that 02X when we were looking at item drops and everything,
I don't know how to
looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Ventus gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are only dropping from the way the levels had been set up, it was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83, like in PoE 1.
Oh.
The highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
And
gems.
so the drop levels of drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
Super restricted.
and so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
So
access, okay, it's fine, it's
we
not
went
done yet.
back and we were like, I'm just gonna -3 levels from everything there.
Oh,
That was-
okay,
that
so
was
we
a
can
zero
drop
exchange,
level
to be
20
clear.
stuff
So
now,
that was
or
already
what?
fixed,
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster.
Yo, where's this?
But also, inherent items. There's another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked
Dude,
to my
I don't
mind.
know
We've
how to
actually
open my gem or
what we've done is
my
taken all the wand,
skills.
staff, skills, and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially if it's in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems, dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground
Yeah, I
as
don't
well. So like
see-
those are playing a, to add to the sorceress and
okay,
other
there we
classes'
go.
arsenals. Those
All
are
right, so
playing more of a
no
role
six
as
links
well,
on this
and then
guy?
you can get your with the uniques. It's not you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where
Who is
some are
this?
18, some are 19, some are
This is this
20. So
guy?
you're gonna get this like kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
Plus
that kind of thing
exceptional.
going.
Plus
the extra
exceptional.
sockets.
And so yeah, but the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. And we've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so.
Why am I
new
here?
wands.
8.
Something
I think there's
like that,
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool.
Scythe one's pretty
There's some
cool.
quite cool stuff in there as well.
These
Right
have been
immediately.
Roll out these
Got the
things, sorry
Unleashed-
guys.
Got the Unleashed staff finally.
Okay,
back
I do
in.
have some
There's
six
for
links
those
on this
who
guy.
were at the OG or the
Yeah, from back
second
in the day.
Exile Con.
Yeah, from way back in the day.
So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and so since
Yeah, there are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover.
Oh,
in there,
yeah.
like just.
I guess I wasn't as high
All the
level as I
existing
thought I
stuff seems to
was.
have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
But especially in like range.
think 93 was my highest level.
It seems.
every class got changes.
Yeah.
I think.
All right, we have 2 6 links on this guy. Okay, so we do have a couple
That we were
6
like,
links.
coming.
like some
Yeah,
less,
yeah.
sure, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one.
Yeah. So effectively, you get a
1 6 link
now
on this
there's
guy.
effectively a
So
tier
like
for it.
5.
Those are rare. Like
Apparently this build's
yeah,
dead.
Because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in
have,
mind
like,
we've sort of
different
rearranged
effects.
everything, right? Because we've got now what we've got is we've got things that level up. So effectively, in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more.
I think the
upgrades.
essence
One of the
change
other
is
things I
not
just
very
wanted to
good.
mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something. To add a new thing, like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and
I
sometimes it's
don't
just
like
nice to have
that change
Easy little
really.
break.
Yeah.
I really
cool,
like
more powerful.
the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression.
But that doesn't that kind of just incentivize you to like get to the next act as quick as possible because the power you're about to get
Like
in this
every
act
second
is
act you get new
garbage
rune
and not
tiers,
worth farming for.
Yeah.
second act you'll get new
runes,
every
essences?
I don't know if that's a bad thing or not,
can't remember
but-
how that's split. I feel like that's 1 2 3 4 and interlude and then end game for essences. So like there's a lot of like you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like
I think the essences
just feels really
change is
good getting
bad
to a new act and getting all the power from it.
overall.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus
We
levels in general?
have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically,
Yep.
especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of end-game builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, oh, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling. Around the place.
So totems are,
kind of
dude.
like
If
an example
totems
of
are
that, like-
weapon-based scalings, holy shit, they're gonna
I
be
mean,
strong.
everything
Yeah.
that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different.
Right, yeah.
With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way.
Yep.
But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter.
Yeah.
And
Oh
this whole
my
just using a single
God!
affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were.
Yo, totems are gonna be super
Changing
strong.
too, and I was
What
like,
the
look, I'm
heck?
happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't
Nice.
do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
Well, and as you can see from something
interaction?
like the new keystone we added for Leech applying to Elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some Leech. You got your Monk, you got your Ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with Leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You know, you have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with. To at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just
like
part
it's
of
the
that puzzle
exact
for those
opposite.
characters, and that is intended. Now, it was too extreme, obviously, so that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable, and all of a sudden the triggers are just like goodbye all your mana, and then you have all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like and then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course
I get it because
correction
his
on that
name's
front.
Mark, so
I like
he
when you
missed the
actively
mark.
suffer in game for a smart. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got
Good.
It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have the system. Let's just bloody get it done so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
Let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel it's
Yes, we do. Shut up, Ziggy.
For now.
For now, we'll find out.
But
Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. You know,
I could see people being mad with this trade system.
A big thorn in our side for a long time, as far as
it does seem like it's going to make it even
so I'm glad we
more
finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test.
Yeah.
Because you know you can do every theory that you want, but you know,
and they've tried to get ahead with this.
The economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So,
but
yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then like, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things
fucking gold,
too easily.
God,
but at the same time, what I'll say about this is that so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear like out of nowhere.
Sure you can. You just trade like normal.
So that's kind of important.
What?
And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I asked you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high.
Yeah, doesn't seem like very much.
Like it's
You
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. It's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works.
Bro, if something gets underpriced, it's going to be whoever clicks the guy faster.
transported to your
Oh my
hideout.
god.
At the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted.
Yep.
So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which would be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items, and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
So we actually
Feels so popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively,
They can't take all your
that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at.
I can see
So,
this being
we pre-thought of that
abused.
one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this. We'll have to iron up.
sure.
But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance
you can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining.
Yeah,
Remove
then
the
remove
item.
it again, right? It has to be put in.
You're done.
And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. But we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like, because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you know you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that
And the bait and
repricing.
switch, the bait and switch
repricing, yes.
is gone, right? Because like
Oh.
when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price,
Never-
right? Like you must sell,
Yes.
you must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5C. And
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But yes,
5C again.
On the other
Still
hand,
want to buy it.
on the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to
I
learn.
know it
That
is,
was
right?
a
It
pretty
is.
big
It's a good
problem
way to
in
learn.
Yeah,
PoE
yeah.
It's cool.
2 specifically.
So it's almost like a big fear for doing this.
Like, people
apart
would,
from
like,
the item
raise the
acquisition
price
part,
of
which
things
is,
that, like,
the economic side of
it
things,
was appropriately
was
priced on.
losing the player interaction side
Right.
of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that
And
kind
they
of
get
like
to
presence of
they get to
people.
check out your kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
I love that. So like,
Yeah.
Put your
I
display
actually think that is
cases
kind of-
there.
Yeah, exactly,
Put your
right.
cool hideout decos and
yeah,
you
like
know.
so.
we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards.
Yeah, yeah.
And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and
Yeah.
people not in your party,
Yeah,
won't.
yeah.
So you
It's
can
like
have
a
a little,
bouncer.
you can have a little
Yes.
trading.
Yeah, you can have the
The
VIP
VIP
area of the
section.
hideout. The VIP area where
That's
only
funny.
the people with some class.
gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in
Oh
there.
my god.
That's
You
fucking
can sit behind your
hilarious.
security, just
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
all of them.
So much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I've like looked through a seller's like other listings.
Yeah.
But now, like, a lot of time I'm just going to go there and buy the highlighted item. But
Well, yeah,
I might be
if they were
curious,
silly
what's
enough to
that?
sell it for that cheap, what about their other
What are
items?
their other
But also,
items?
but even stuff like
buy
the
5 things.
even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
tab-
sure so you're like getting the nice
Oh, no.
organized organization and like colors
Oh, the
scheming and
tab
everything,
names are
right?
gonna
So
be
that people
trolled.
can
people,
That's funny.
people's ASCII art.
Yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay.
what
No,
I'm doing.
I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately.
Probably should.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
What have I got? What did I get?
Before work, go run to your
Yeah,
computer,
what
just
currency
quickly
did I
log in,
get while I
and,
was
and then you
asleep?
get nothing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, the idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah.
Like hideouts
Yeah.
are doing it too. Like just browsing what cool items they got.
Yeah.
It's just like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like it's really exciting.
That's true. I didn't even think about
But
that.
yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like
This
what is
actually
this
brings
gonna do to
a
the economy and
unique
the item acquisition process?
social-
Well, thankfully,
You can't
we're
go back
in-
now.
It reminds me of like the old school
thankfully
like
though, we
green
are in the,
MMOs that I
sort of
used
the
to
early
play.
access economy, right? So even though all the stuff
Where
will be
you would
kept,
set up a
it will
store
be
when
separated
you
from
went
the
to bed,
eventual
and you'd
economy we
wake
get
up
for
the next
release.
morning and, like,
and also thankfully we get to test it
you'd
on
have a
PoE
bunch
2
of
before we
messages
look
for,
at
like,
putting it into PoE 1, so we get a chance to
offers on
someone's
items that you
phone
had,
calling.
or you just have a
before,
bunch of
before we
like,
get a chance
currency
to
that you were selling it for.
before we have to commit to that for PoE1 and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But like I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE1. Like there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It'll have to go. But
No,
but at least
will.
we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like this.
Yeah, but your economy's gonna be so weird with these greater versions and perfect versions of
the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
I mean, ultimately that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is a deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right. Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots.
Bro, what if you go to buy an item and you don't have enough gold? You're just going to teleport there and then just not be able to buy the item?
And
listen standard to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh, well, tier 1 uniques like cost $1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you'll actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which gold's like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in.
Isn't that how bots are going to get around it then? Won't they just?
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Just be awkward.
Yeah, exactly.
Currency exchange is for fungible, stackables, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
Yep.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether
can we bulk not bulk trade
with the previous system, but now
bulk price. Can we bulk price this thing?
A little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind.
Or do I have to individually price everything?
So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a
you already deleted
a lot of those long-term PoE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore. You can fully just convert them. And that is why it's also just as important to work in PoE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not.
Yeah,
there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah. We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience, because the typing,
web
stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have something
for console.
And here's the thing. I reckon for console it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
a console controller, typing text with a console controller is just fundamentally crap. Right? So typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these.
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well. A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
it is a feature that we will do. It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, yeah, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, you know, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, you know, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, you know, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but yeah, like there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like it's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure.
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, you know, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, you know, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that are obviously a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. You know, it gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, you know, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and you know, that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But you know, one step at a time. You know, this is a big step, but we'll see what's next.
Currency exchange for SSL.
Let an economy test it for us.
Are you
dumb? You know, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
yeah.
See.
Another question here is like,
UE1 does not have a
when you
fucking
click like
SSF
secure item or
currency
like buy
exchange.
item
Are
on
you
the site,
dumb?
and it's going to take you to the hideout. It's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
No, they
is it a race?
It is technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But yeah, that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better.
Yeah.
In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, you know, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. You know, we've like the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around like shader poppin type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard. I am hoping, especially for consoles, where you know we've seen a pretty good performance uplift. And you know, things are looking pretty good, but yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And you know, one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. So you know, ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But yeah, the hopefully the full OS freezes will, like we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course, is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. Like, yeah, it's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge. Should I ask Vouch a question?
You know, every
I think that's where you
get
your like official questions.
That we've got things.
You know what I will.
You know, like in place for
What's
it.
the name?
It does mean that, you know, there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut. But you know, we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency.
Do I have to capitalize it?
And overall, things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, like it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So
can I not?
I'm hoping that
at this guy like everybody else can. What's going on here?
you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, so one of the big
Whatever,
things
I'm
we've
just
been doing
gonna
recently is we've been DDoSing
At
ourselves to test that the actual DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in
the
the past. We
addition
just kind of relied on
of
on
exceptional-
whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that
Well,
kind of thing. So
caster
that's been a thing.
types
That
now have some
it should be fine now.
benefits
But
from quality.
free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, like, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So
is it
we'll have
something
to
you wanna
see.
do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes. Like we'll have to see for that. But yeah, like, it's, to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like, it's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Where is my drop first message?
I don't know. I have to think about it. See, the harsh
Love
reality
that.
of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you literally don't have to do.
Then they literally won't. So,
I
got mine.
appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well,
approach
but
of
sometimes
theory
like
that-
something that's so
you gotta have to-
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of
Yeah,
purchasing, once we have an in-game
I
searcher.
would have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like you go to this site and do
Well,
this.
but also if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
But for purchasing, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that, because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price, apologies if it's a little bit off, it's a bit hard to track down exactly, is like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt.
That's
but also,
super
like,
annoying.
absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones.
We're gonna get
and that
out
kind
of the
stuff. Like, there's a little bit
campaign,
of thinking around that,
and
but also the implication of this
exalts
is that we're
and
not
greater
syncing enough
exalts are going to be worthless.
there's
Everything
we'd have to think
greater
about
and
whether or
lower
not we
is
want
gonna
to
be
start doing some more
worthless.
syncs for that. I'd say that's probably the main thing, is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like, when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue, and why? And when
I think
do you
it was
wanna
up to
step in?
969 before, and then we were like, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques,
I was
maybe.
surprised
We
that
don't
they
have
ended up
a
being
dump.
valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work. But we're talking about this, and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too. Like, maybe divines become even more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. But I don't know. I'm curious.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine,
Well,
because
they'll be-
ideally the more common, especially in-game hype trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
so that'll sync a few more exalts that way. And so I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, like you see 969, you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious.
It's
what the
crazy
delineation is
because
between
PoE1
something just
has
being
solutions to
marketed
all
on
these
that.
things.
Like
That's the way it is.
your average
Map device is a
player,
chaos dump.
like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror.
The crafting bench is a chaos dump.
And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like, every now exalt you find is just nothing.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
so-
nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. You know, but like at least if you know, to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
You know, you still at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, you're right.
You know, and now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt
QE2
is
way better
you
than
know,
D4.
You're getting
no
into
shit, Sherlock.
filter it out territory kind of thing at that point. Which is not great just because the value is, so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of
The
thing.
higher,
you know what I mean?
the higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm
like,
curious to see
I
what people
have no
price
idea
them.
honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
I think it's a nightmare. I think this is a mistake that you've done.
All different things. Or
It'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like.
At least he brought it up.
So let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy
That was
an item.
a
Obviously, you'll know
concern
the price
of
that
mine.
item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like I don't know use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
How does that work? I would
an
think
awkwardness of it.
Ange probably would let you. I think that will work.
It'd be cool
Can
if
you
you
use the
could
currency exchange in the other person's hideout? It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I
don't think you
actually
can.
genuinely don't remember if
Yeah,
you
I
can
don't know.
use
I
other
don't
people's
think-
ones.
I don't
But there's
think
no
you can,
reason
but-
there's no reason you shouldn't be able
That
to.
would be
we
good.
can make
I
that
feel
work.
like that'd be good if not. So
can make it work.
Might be just
I don't know if I've ever even
You
tried
can?
to do
Chat
that.
says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you
good.
can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely
Yeah.
am like, have I
Well-
ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like,
we
okay.
moved it to her. Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to. do
Yes,
the
that's a
flight
different thing.
stuff. I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
All right,
Yeah, yeah,
let's
that- no,
we're
that's
wrapping
fully-
it up. What's
fully
going on
separate.
here?
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the in-game now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now so you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
Great.
I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it. And
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
For the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
But the
Yeah,
subsequent
and then you
playthroughs,
get your
you can.
hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
that's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league,
yeah, in the same
yeah.
league.
Per league,
yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to.
like
Per
Simon
league,
Online.
you have to, or you have to have fair ground with
Yeah.
new players and existing. You
Yeah.
have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for
Yeah,
other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
Nah, we
Spectral
did
Fury?
Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone, and maybe
50,
Spectral Fury.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Something like
Jesus.
that. Yeah.
It was like so maybe.
So we're not
one or
quite
two-
there.
one or two other time. Not quite there, but obviously
It's
that's
just as bad. It's just
that's
as
the
bad.
extreme
To be
end.
fair, that's. Oh, I'm only counting one class there. Actually, Lightning Spear is across many classes. So
yeah,
maybe it
yeah.
is the worst it's ever been.
because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true.
Yes.
True, true.
Yeah,
Well, either
Lightning
way, it's
Spear's
bad.
getting nuked.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult
And
thing
I
to
just
do.
the mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like it's
the reason why people are saying they want
get on it fast
if you get on it,
enough,
yes, you have to get on it so
nerfs
fast.
isn't
basically,
that
to
they
make it
want
okay.
mid-league nerfs.
And if
what
you
they
can,
want
if you can
is
find it, but
nerf
if you
things in
if
early
you don't know about it for 3 days,
access.
well, I know it's silly to
while
say
it's
how do you not know
early
about it for 3 days.
access,
If you
so that things can
like
be
misinterpret
the
the
way you
severity of it,
want
for
them to
example,
be
and
as a
everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh
baseline.
no, it seems
Because
kind of
the
fine, and then
understanding
boom,
is
out
that
of
we're in
control, and
early
you're like, it's now
access,
been even one
and the
full day, you
baseline
can
is
have
not
a lot of the
correct.
player base completely pivot. If that happens on a
That's
weekend,
why people want
if
mid-league
certain
nerfs.
people
It's
are
not that they
away and
want
busy, especially
mid-league
people in
nerfs.
balance.
It's they
Jonathan
want you
Ryan,
to
stuff like
figure
that.
out your
Obviously,
baseline of
you know,
where you want
support other
things to
people
be,
forward, like,
and just make
our
those
peop- our
changes
peop- you know,
when you
staff
see
are
them to be a
playing and all
problem.
that. So like,
because
this
right
stuff
now
does
we're in early
get around, and we do learn
access.
about it. But like, if you slip by
We
even a
want you
day,
to use
you get
early
to the point where you now
access
have to make an
as an
excessively hard
early
decision,
access.
which is like,
It has nothing to
make
do with
50%
actually wanting
happy
nerfs
or
mid-league.
50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like, look at all of these bad builds. Like why, like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like, we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on.
Nobody
but
should
like
be
there
surprised.
are, an
Todd Oney might be
insane amount of
surprised.
increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of
How do
like
you
doing
determine
this, doing
something's
not
an
kind of thing for
exploit
each of those.
versus
So,
a clever
You
use
should
of
get
game
to a
mechanics?
point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less, and over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that, and but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you could say competitive to some degree within some threshold. But it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a Lightning Spear this whole time and doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so making it that you don't like, if the worst was only slightly worse than the best. Slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful. You're just not,
I feel like
or
a
can.
complete idiot.
Then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to re-roll. You're just like, well, that's demotive. Like I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that. We eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible. Make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really, and yeah, keep bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell, because at the point where like it's what Mark said earlier, like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't like by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items, they've invested their wealth
stuff, right? Like you
and now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You
What
drive,
a
you drive a
stupid
portion of those
question.
players to then quit by
You thought
taking away the
about
factor.
mid-league nerfs, but did you think about
you
mid-league
could argue
buffs
the nerf
to
is in line
counter
such that it's
what
still
needed to be
competitive and
buffed?
good. But they won't feel and see it that way necessarily,
What a
right? Like
stupid
they put all their
take.
investment and their wealth of the league into that,
If
and they're taking
something
it
is
away as brutal.
insanely strong compared
so
to
it's like, who do
everything
you make
else.
quit?
They're
And
clearly
that's
gonna
it.
nerf
It's
that and bring it down
an
to everything
ultra
else's level.
terrible
They're not going to
decision.
buff
So,
everything else
But
to
again,
bring the power
eventually,
level up to
they will
the
taper off, and you won't get
fucking
that level
thing.
of extremity occurring. that
What
often,
a
like,
dumb
and,
question.
You guys, because on the flip side, like I, imagine the
PB1 went through the same thing. Still happens there
I
as
think
well.
part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the like disparities were.
Yeah.
And so like I feel like as more information is there, like people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually I think does exacerbate it a little bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially when we had because like early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening. Yeah. So but yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
Yeah.
Yeah. With your 1500
that
crit
restores
multi.
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh no.
Yeah.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class or even across classes in some case for some things strong enough like Rake Stomping Grounds where spellcasters are doing it? Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And
I really wish you would drop this
When we're looking
mentality.
at skills, we're like, can the skill be in-game?
I think
But
this
of course, also,
mentality
is it
is
fun
like
in campaign. Like, both of those need to be true. I
detrimental
wouldn't,
to
like, classify one skill or
PoE.
another.
Is this me or is
fitting into
this
one of those categories?
Yeah, do you kind of like aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel
Doesn't
good.
seem
I
to be me,
we
I
need to
don't
improve
think.
some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. Not always the design makes sense.
It's like
early
with
on.
the monk, for
Some
example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which. Whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but there are clear, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes, and so we focused on a lot of those. We looked at look, these aren't being played, and why. Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean things like Sorceress, where you have at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes. Not great. Like, so
dude, what's going on with the audio? Do I need to? I'm gonna try to.
Pivot and
I don't think it's on me, but
like kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, it's all. There's like so much going on there, though. It's like there are so many variables changing.
Is this me?
That it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen. But that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. So, but we'll see. yeah, it's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
I was struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day because trying to make sure everything's stable and fixing anything we can.
Yeah, Hollow Palm Monk looking pretty
strong. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can.
At least for leveling, I don't know.
See how we want.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. On speaking of worst ones, on the topic of defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's when we were looking at what is the actual weakness of this thing. That's when we started to look at the elemental part.
Smith of Catawba was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and thus go Smith of Catawba. So well, hold on, we need to take that and make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not feeling obliged to play Smith of Catawba to get the insane high max res. That's one part of it for sure.
Do I need to refresh? What is going on here?
There isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? It's we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some.
Okay, I think I need to refresh. I'm gonna try a refresh. Sorry, boys. Probably gonna get a fucking ad. Yeah, I am.
Someone overdosing from drugs or alcohol, don't.
Hello? What?
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. When I've played that sort of Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you end up okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas other classes are just as much as armor has its disadvantages, the warriors are rocking around with double the life of the other your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way like just predictable is huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in and you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
There was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then, you know, like, you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point?
Good luck in the boss fight, Devontae.
You invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as with the whole applies to everything.
Deflection seems very strong.
I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like, I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, you know, that's great. And you know, with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
Good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in PoE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day. I guess.
Different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months?
Oh, okay.
And then having the next
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines. Like there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are.
However, it's certainly like it's certainly hard to meet them. Like it's difficult. But like it's so much better to commit to the date. And just make sure
it is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking.
Just a fair warning, guys,
to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time. You need to make sure. Okay, if you
stay
working
on for
on a 3
a little
you got
bit
to make sure
after,
at some
but
point
we're probably ending stream after we're
people
done here.
are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example. Right, that has to happen.
He just wants to be your friend.
And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, you have to, at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it.
Yeah, we'll probably check out, I think they said patch notes after.
It feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards.
So I'll probably check out some
and
patch
have them
notes
working on
a
future thing. And same with vice
tell him
versa.
to
You get a
stop
little bit of
beating
that.
me up.
And
That's
it
what
is a little
friends
bit hard
do.
to obviously deal with, but
He
we're
just wants
adapting
to be
to
your
it. But
friend.
we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. So
You got to recruit more friends so you can beat him up.
Updates with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon because
isn't right. It isn't this week. I can tell you that.
No, seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon.
I hope they ask my question.
But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there like a plan for that?
They probably won't.
No timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
Right.
Obviously.
Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah,
I like the rapid fire.
In chance we get mercenaries in PoE 2. Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
No.
Not anytime soon. I would say.
Yeah,
Like that's more
it
of a
seems like
later
a much,
thing. I would
much
say.
later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do like. It's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's like skewing like how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts. The mercenaries. They do a lot of things, curses, and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out
9K?
overall
Oh, God.
in PoE1?
Well, I mean,
As allies, like in many ways, yes. I there's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about PoE2 context, but there are some problems of. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has like minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta die or they insta die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? So there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE1.
No, we were doing the rapid fire thing. It was nice. Like this is a nothing
there
question.
There would be things I would want to do.
Nobody
because
expected you
I would
to
say
say yes.
the combat of fighting them in PoE1 is not meaningful. It's very
get
much
it.
a like who dies first.
Next question.
And you don't
Rapid
even
fire.
necessarily know
Go.
why. So. But overall pretty fun. Like overall pretty
it turned
cool.
out way better
Big
than I
change.
expected,
Like
very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like, I would say that kind of thing comes once once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like,
8 years or
this is why we say we want
hopefully not.
so that you can
Hopefully,
establish your baseline.
We have
because it's early access.
We're not too far away from that being like in a much better state, but these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a rower mount? Does like the rower sprint?
So there actually was a plan for that, but
the
did it
rower
actually
is
get implemented?
the rower is currently it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster.
That's right. I remember that.
It slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
Not
Yes.
slower than normal run speed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. So that
to the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more competitive. So that it is more
Oh,
competitive.
so rower is faster, yeah.
But you can spec out. You can I believe spec out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes, so it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You'd like teleport and start sprinting the same way that you were supposed
It
to
won't.
yeah.
I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
What?
Like
I believe.
if you sprint,
Am I
blink,
wrong about
sprint.
that? I feel like I was trying this literally
What do
yesterday.
you mean? Sorry.
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end There's an end animation to it. You'd have to go re back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work where if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah, no,
yes,
that's how it
yes,
works.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it, yeah.
down, you blink, you go, you sprint. That's how it works.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, yeah, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances? That's so
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and frost smooth.
no.
brains.
You resist first and then you mitigate
I
with
don't
armor.
remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way
It's
around.
the
I'm
one
pretty
that
sure.
means the values have to be higher. So, which means it's the order and where it's the less effective one. So because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Okay, so in that case, it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's you armor first,
pre-mitigation.
then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into.
Bummer,
playing
they
it.
didn't
Thanks
ask
for
my
spending
question.
A solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A here. Very fun.
I felt like half an hour, honestly.
So quality on
Yeah, so I
caster
feel like I
style
could spend another
weapons
hour
is
or two
still
talking
just
about
not going to
economy
do
from, like,
anything, even though we
the
can get
impacts of the
30%
trading stuff
quality on
is
them now.
fascinating to me. I can't wait to see how
It was
that
our
plays
first
out.
Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes, at a
That's big
preset
change.
time.
Oh, patch notes.
I think that helped. People went like, "Stop holding them hostage."
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you all for watching.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you, and thanks everyone as well. Yeah.
Is this the patch
See you later.
notes? No, this is just what they're talking about, right? Where are patch notes? All right, dude. There was our PoE 2 announcement. Honestly, better than I hoped for. Kind of. Wait, is this what they're calling the patch notes? Oh my god, you're so fucking annoying. Thank you. All right. We can just let that play in the background. This is... All right, skill changes. Here we go. Actually... Oh, they didn't talk about all of this stuff. Yeah. So this is what they're talking about then. Okay. So what do we need to go over here then? Let's see. No. Major character balance overhaul, maybe? Let's start here. Okay, this is like a nothing. Alright, let's go back to the top then. Support gym overhaul. We kind of know what's going on there. New content in-game. Atlas tree, essence rework, general improvements, player changes. Kind of got an idea of all that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We kind of went over most of this, it looks like. Sure, okay. We'll start with the ascendancy changes. I guess I can turn this shit down quite a bit here, actually. Now that it's just music. What?
I thought everybody got one
What?
sale tab.
Bro!
Introducing
Son of a
Taco
bitch.
Bell's $3 steak burritos from the
How did
zesty
my mouse get
flavor
over here? I was just trying to listen to the
cheesy
music.
melt. We call them rich, but they're just $3.
Yo, Taco Bell.
$3 steak.
No, the ad's working! I kind of want Taco Bell! No, ad's working, dude.
I don't think they'll take that here. Of course
All right,
they take
anyways.
Discover. You're stuck in the past. Unlike
Answered
me.
call, notable pasta skill.
You look
Now
at-
Discover is
also
accepted at 99% of
provides
places
+1
nationwide.
max total.
Totally.
You laughing at my ads working? Okay. So +1 totems is actually pretty big. Ads are like drugs now, I guess so. Ancestral spirit skill granted by the ancestral call notable no longer grants minions from the skill have 1% accuracy. Instead, minions from the skill now have 1% attack speed. Okay, maybe that's pretty good. It's been removed, and the war colors bellow notable has now also provides ignore war cry cooldown. Okay. Ah, the music's over already. I don't even get to listen to the music anymore. Fuck. All right, fine. We'll put my own music on. Okay. Renly's training notable passive skill now also grants 35% chance to block from equipped shield instead of shield's value previously 40. Isn't this bad? Do I have a PoE2 wiki? Hockey, I don't know if I do. Oh, is it just PW? I guess it's just PoEDB. All right, let's see here. Where are shields? Shields. Don't most of these have a base block chance of like much higher than the heck? That's a shield? Okay. 26. Oh, I guess not. Okay, so 35 is just a lot higher still. It was 40 before? Yeah, that deserves a nerf. Jesus. Okay. Turtle Charm no longer grants 25% less block or can block damage from all hits. Instead, it now provides you take 30% of damage from blocked hits, and maximum block chance is 75%. So it's kind of like a glancing blows, but different. Okay. No longer lost. We read like some of these already went over in the video, so no longer charges, instead uses Warcry to buff nearby allies to have 50% increased damage. Wow. Okay. Ancestral Jadecaster has had its spellcasting range increased. The pinning Jade Storm has now had its area effect increased. Warhorn's Horn Buff and Horn Slam have had their area effect and duration increased. Spirit Turtle's Aura has had its area effect increased. Smithagitava to grant 35% of armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits. Ah, they removed the max res. Oof. I think that's kind of a nerf. Generate 3% of max life previous 5. Okay, dude, Smith and Katava taking some nerfs here, huh? No longer grants minions have increased accuracy. It's in attack speed instead. Okay, that's probably better. It's like guaranteed better, actually, but yeah. Oof. Now have values of 8 instead of 15. That's a huge nerf. Now grants 5% increased strength instead of minions deal 20% increased damage. What? What? That makes no sense to this archetype. This just needs to be gutted from this build at this point. The Smith and Katava having an animated weapon minion skill and now has no way of getting minion damage and instead gets percent strength is so fucking weird and dumb. But okay, whatever. Also a percent strength small passive skill. Like maybe you just take that and just don't take the fucking living weapon. It might be a take small passive notables instead of big passive notables. Or small passive skills instead of notables, I guess. Anyways. No longer grants 30% less cost of skill, or skill gems have 30% more attribute requirements. And now grants the thaumaturgical dynamism buff, which while active causes you to passively generate a power frenzy or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. Ew. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total the strength requirement, I don't like that at all. 8 seconds is a long time to wait for charges, especially if you're trying to use charges with skills that like you want a better, more reliable way of generating those charges. 8 seconds is too long to wait to cast a spell or skill. Set a notable passive skill no longer grants you can use each type of supported gem an additional time. Instead, it now provides for each color of socketed gem that is most numerous. Oh, okay. So if I have more red skill gems, blue skill gems, or green skill gems, I gain hits against you have no critical damage bonus. Skills have a 30% less cost, 40% less movement speed penalty for using skills. Obviously, this is the best one. And then this is the follow-up. And then this is kind of like not even like worth talking about, kind of. But okay. Combine this with the ailment immunity. You just get red, blue, green gems. Boom. Over. I don't know what that build looks like, but yeah. The Cannon's Ready notable passive skill now also provides +1 max totem. Okay, so Tactician could be a totem build as well. Right where we want them notable. Now also grants projectile damage builds pin. Okay. Polish that gear passive notable gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. No longer grants 100% of armor as extras. Wait. 20% of armor gates deflection? Is that a typo? Or are they allowing a way for armor to get deflection? That would be very interesting. Tactician could be very strong if this is the case. Because they're buffing armor. So armor is going to get more elemental damage mitigation. It's going to get physical damage mitigation. And then you can also get deflection. Which means you'll take 40% of the damages you do, the hits you do take. If I understand deflection correctly. Like if we get enough armor to where we get 100% of deflection rating, like our deflection rating is 100% or whatever, then not only will the hits be smaller because of our armor, but then we'll also only take 40% of that damage. That could be very strong if this is actually correct. The Suppressing Fire notable passive skill now provides 40% more immobilization buildup instead of projectile damage builds pin. Okay. Supporting Fire skill granted by Unleash Hell. Notable passive no longer grants minion stuff. Instead, minions from the skill now have increased area of effect. The Death from Above command from Supporting Fire now deals approximately 3 times more damage at all gems level. What is this? That seems crazy. 3 times more damage? The whoever pays best notable skill now provides there is no limit on the number of banners you can place, and banners gain 5 glory per second instead of can place multiple banners. That's a new strategic embankments notable skill, which requires Cannons Ready. This causes your totems to grant embankment auras to players when placed, which grant a different effect depending on the variety of totem. Ancestral War Totem, increased glory generation. Artillery is immobilization buildup. Dark Effigy is damage over time. Yo, dot builds. Mortar Cannon is 15% of damage gained as extra fire. Siege Ballista, 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies. Okay. Shockwave Totem is 30% AoE? Oh, wait, no. This is to the player. Not to the totems, right? Which grant a different effect. This causes your totems to grant embankment auras to players. But the totem is me. I'm not the totem. So if I gain an aura that gives me more area of effect, the totem is me. I'm not the totem. So I have more area of effect. If I have more area of effect, does my totem have more? How does the POB path of building 2? Okay, whatever. Microsoft search is so dumb. All right, if I get like, where's the AoE nodes? Where were they? I know there's something like down here somewhere. I think this would work. So we put this in, and then we do, how's it worded? Where is the AoE portion? Where is it? It would be like right here in PoE 1 stuff, I'm pretty sure. Damage taken, recoup. Let's just take some AoE notes. Where are they? There's some up over here, right? Where are they? Right here. All right. So we'll say warrior. Where the fuck's the AoE? Why can't I find this? Oh, maybe I need this. Here we go. Okay. So 3.3 and 6.6. I think this works. 3.6 instead of 7.3. So maybe. Let's see if maybe this, like, if I add the full verbiage here, maybe it doesn't work. Ooh. It doesn't. So this might not work then. That would be pretty massive if it did, though. Okay. Ritualist. As the Whispers notable does what? Has been removed. As the Whisper demands, now also grants the ritual sacrifice. Now grants 10% increased life recovery per 5% missing unreserved life. Previously 5. Okay, so ritual still kind of sucks. Well, actually, ritualist probably doesn't suck, but this change seems to suck. What is the Whispers Ask notable, though. What is that? So this is just removed. Okay. Pathfinder now grants 50% of evasion rating, also grants elemental damage reduction. Yo, what the fuck? That's crazy good. Poison concoction grants this concoction consumes charges from consumes poison on hit to cause an acidic burst, which does damage. Highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Wait. Which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Wait. The thrown flask consumes poison on hit. Wait, so poisonous concoction doesn't exist anymore. It's now acidic concoction, and it doesn't poison on hit. It consumes poison. Gross. I think that's terrible. No longer inflicts lightning exposure. It now has 50% more shock effect. Okay. Now inflicts elemental exposure. Freezes primed. Okay. Bleeding concoction. No longer has a 200% more magnitude of bleeding effects. Now aggravates bleeding. Okay, so it can't bleed. It aggravates bleed. I think these are bad changes to poisonous concoction and bleeding concoction. Now there's 200% more magnitude to inflict. And ignite, I mean. Oh. Wait. Now fires up to 4 additional mini flash projectiles at ignited enemies. How are you gonna... That sounds so bad. Thrown at ignited enemies. Instead of what? Explosive concoction. Quality no longer grants effects of fire explosion. Instead grants... Okay, instead of fire exposure. Okay. All right, so all the concoction stuff, for the most part, seems pretty ass. No longer grants a 30% chance to gain a maximum frenzy charge when you get a frenzy charge? Oh, to gain maximum frenzy charges instead. I see. 50% chance to gain additional frenzy charge. No, that's just a huge nerf. Okay. No longer lets you apply additional mark. Instead, it causes your projectile to chain 2 marked enemies and grants the new called shots meta skill. Called shots that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. So it's a meta skill called called shots that will apply marks to enemies. This might be good. It depends on how this meta skill works. The eagle eyes, notable, no longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark. You. Okay. Elemental expression skill granted by the and scatter them to the winds. Now deals a lot more damage. Just all the way around, just a lot more damage. Okay. Mediate skill granted by faith. Now is a cooldown of less. Oh, I thought they were going to go a different way with that. Now provides a lot more energy shield recharge. Holy shit. Wow. That's a huge buff to meditate. I think meditate was really strong with the removal of Grim Feast as well. We saw the Chiula changes, at least some of them. Acolyte of Chiula could be really strong, actually. What about Blood Mage? I know they just give it to you now. It's allocated for free, which is kind of weird, but okay. The Gore Spike passive skill now grants 1% crit damage bonus per 50 life. Was 40, so this is a nerf. And it's swapped locations with Sunder Flesh, okay? Has been renamed to Sanguine Tides. No longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, it now provides gain 1 life flask charge per 4% life spent. It also now has your life chat flash. It also now has, when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% of its charges are consumed and gain 1% of damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed. Okay. This could be good. Maybe. Realistically, okay, how much? What are the in-game flasks here? Life flask, ultimate. Okay, so this has up to 75 charges. Up to 75 charges. So 40% of 75 is what? 30. So it's going to be 30% physical damage increase. Maximum. And you need to... So, okay. And I need to fill 30 flash charges like every 3 seconds minimum. So we times this by 4. So I need to spend 120% of my life every 3 seconds. And that's assuming I never use my life flask ever. I don't know about that one, Chief. The Open Swords notable passive skill has been renamed to the Whispers of the Flesh and no longer grants your curses have infinite duration. Instead, it now grants enemies affected by your curses have at least 15% of life reserved. Have at least. What's the determining factor for at least? Infernal Hound now ignites enemies within 2.5 meters. Okay. Twice your mana. Equal to your mana, but causes you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any last soon. Produce 50. Okay, so big buff here. No longer disables your weapon, so this is a big buff. Wait. Oh, hold on. It no longer grants level of all spell skills while in Demon 4 or increased spell damage per Demon Flame. Oh, it's now more spell damage. And quality gives you cast speed. Okay. Okay. Wait, so you can quality... ascendancy skills now? Could you do that before? I don't remember. Okay, so because it uses your weapon, I think this is going to be a huge buff to demon form. Infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. Okay. No longer provides non-channeling spells, cost an additional 3%. Instead, it now provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice 5% of max energy shield when you cast a spell. Sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Huh. So theoretically, that's interesting. Price of power, non-channeling spells, supercharge. Instead now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. So we got more damage with more damage. That is a lot of more damage. Interesting. Okay. Curse debuff. Okay. Grants 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will then scale back up to 60%. Oh, this is kind of interesting. So you start with 60% cast speed and 1% AoE, and it inversely scales the two over 10 seconds, and then they go back and flip-flop. Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. You're definitely... What is this? So half the time you're getting 50... So this is like 25% more cast speed on average. Where this is what... Well, this is a little bit harder to calculate, huh? Is it just 60 over the 10? No, that's not right, right? So to go down by like roughly 6 every second, right? So at 5 seconds, you're at like 30 cast speed? So this is not the exact math, but roughly you're getting 30 cast speed, 30 AoE on average. Roughly. Okay. I think this is a slight buff here. And, well, actually a pretty big buff, I think. I think this is better. As had its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds, previously 5. Okay. What did that do? What was the ability? Elemental Storm. Wait, is this not Stormweaver? For sure that is. What's Elemental Storm? Oh, granted by Tempest Caller. Okay. Trigger Elemental Storm on critical hit with spells. So it's a skill that triggers on crit every 3 seconds. Okay. Okay. Rain Dancer notable passive skill has been renamed to Multiplying Squalls and no longer provides 100% more cooldown recovery for Elemental Storm. Instead, it now provides +1 to limit for elemental skills. Okay. No longer grants this. 20% damage is taken from mana before life. 20% increased magnitude of arcane surge on you per 10 missing mana. Okay. I hate that. That's a huge nerf in my opinion. Because you could just, if you wanted mana to be taken before your life, you just take fucking mind over matter. So this is like, it doesn't have a place. And then you just lose out on Arcane Surge effect because you need to be missing your mana. Whereas this, you get it per 25 max. You could easily get like, dude, you could get so much mana. The increased effect of Arcane Surge could go through the roof here, where now it's like got a hard limit. That's dog shit. No longer grants exposure. Instead, it now grants remnants. You create, reappear once. Wait, what? The fuck is a remnant? Okay. I think Stormweaver just got fucking nuked, dude. I don't know why. No longer recouped as energy shield. Instead, now it provides 50% chance when collecting an elemental infusion to gain another different elemental fusion. I mean, it depends on how infusions are and stuff, but I feel like you're gonna want to gain specific infusions. So I feel like this is just dog shit too. We'll see though, I guess. Elemental Equilibrium has been redesigned. Now it causes infusion remnants. Okay, so that must be what remnants are. You create to be random elements. Why? Why does it want us to be random and not pick what we want? Okay. So I don't see a use case with what I know about infusions right now where this is ever picked. Unless you like are creating infusions of like fire infusions that are dog shit and you don't really want them. So now it just creates chill or ice or lightning, maybe. I don't know. No longer causes your life flask to recover energy shield instead. Now causes your life flask to have 50%. What? The internal youth keystone passive skill no longer causes your life flasks to recovery energy shield instead. And now causes your life flasks to have 50% less recovery. Wait, what? This kit has to be worded incorrectly. Life recovery from flask applies to energy. It can't be replacing that. Unless it's trying to say that your life recharges instead of energy shield. So you don't have any energy shield recharge. You have life recharge, which is just regen, right? And then your life flasks have 50% less recovery? So does it give your life That's a completely different way of making this work. Nobody used this for life recharge. Everybody who was using this was CI so they could have a fucking life flask to recharge their energy shield. Now they don't have that. Oh my god, okay. Now halves the amount of life granted by strength. Giant's blood. What? What? I thought that's what that was too, but what? Wait, so do we not have triple the attribute requirements and instead we have half of the life from strength? Or do we have half the life from strength and triple the attribute requirements? This doesn't really, like, it says it now does this, but there's no way it only does this. Because no, like, that's only a downside. So it has to still provide the you can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand. But is it removing the attribute requirement or not then? That's a weird addition, I think. Considering you can't get life from fucking anywhere, and it was already hard to get enough life on a character like that, but okay. Chance to evade is unlucky. Chance to deflect is lucky. What? So, okay, so glancing blows has nothing to do with block now. It's all deflect. Okay. Resolute technique. Keystone now grants accuracy rating is doubled instead of your hits cannot be evaded. What? This is dog shit now. Why would they do this? You're giving up such a huge upside. Where is it? Actually, wait, where is that? Is this it? No. Because you're giving up your crit chance, right? This works the same as it did in PoE 1, I'm pretty sure. Why can't I find this? Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Yeah, this is dog shit. This is now like pretty fucking dog shit. Shockwave totems, that's a nerf. Accuracy rating is doubled instead of your hit. So I can't crit now, and I am not guaranteed to hit either. Okay, it's dog shit. There's no reason to take that now. The big reason you took that node and took the trade-off if I can never crit is because then you didn't have to invest into crit or accuracy. Now you have to invest in both. Because you're not going to take this accuracy double thing just so you don't have to invest in crit. That's stupid. Because you still have to invest in accuracy then. If I have to invest in accuracy, I might as well invest in crit too. There's no reason to gimp my damage if I still have to invest in something else too. This is a stupid change. This node's dead base. I don't know if anybody's going to take this node now. In my opinion, it's kind of stupid if you're taking this node now. 8 new clusters between... Okay, a bunch of new clusters that we don't know what they do. Sources of increased area of effect have been lowered by approximately 25%. Gross. That's a shockwave totem nerf. Clusters that receive updates. These changes may result in your existing passive trees being forcibly refunded. Okay? Spells that do not have damage number changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels, roughly 5% more damage at gem level 20, and roughly 20% more damage at gem level 30. Okay. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets. What is the point in the weapon swap? Bro, this is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid. You encourage us to have weapon swaps for different skills and to use different skills. And then you say, we don't like you guys using Blink. So you have to use Blink in both weapon swaps. That way you can't just have a Spirit Reserve in your offhand of Blink. Why? Why are you limiting us when you want to encourage us to use more skills and to do like weapon swaps and stuff like that? You're going back to discouraging that behavior right here. That's so silly. I hate this change, and I don't even really, I think I used it on one character. Like, I don't even use it that much, but it's so counterintuitive to what they're trying to preach about, like, their, like, lessons learned in the Q&A that they just did, where they're like, yeah, why are we adding all these restrictions on, you know, people using more skills and making them feel like shit if we want to encourage that behavior? Well, now you're doing the same thing right here. So stupid. Now less affected by curses. Oh, great. 15% less on... Oh, my God. 50% less effect on unique monsters. Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, I don't mind if it was just the unique monsters. But 15% less on magic, 30% less on rares. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Is there even a point in cursing now? There might be no point in using curses. Spectres and Tame Beasts deal more damage? Okay. And now usable while on Roa? Okay. Mark skills are no longer spells. Okay. That had reduced reservation quality, now have increased reservation efficiency. Okay. I don't know if that's any different or not, but okay. Based on your equipped quarterstaff, they no longer have flat added damage or added crit. Okay. Palm skills can no longer be used without a quarterstaff equipped by default. Great. More locking us to certain archetypes. Okay. Shockwave Totem, Ancestral Warrior Totem, Artillery Ballista, Siege Ballista now use your equipped weapon. They no longer have their own flat damage, base critical hit chance, or base attack time. Or base attack time? Or base attack time? Wait a fucking minute. Does that mean if I'm using one-handers with a 1.5 attack speed, I have insanely fast attacking Shockwave Totems and or Warrior Totems? Yo, Totems are looking a little juicy potentially. Ah, okay. What else we got? Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies and is no longer a pay-off skill. It now chains 6 to 9 times. Now has 50% more shock magnitude. Can now consume a lightning infusion. The infusion stuff is interesting, but it sounds annoying. Archmage got buffed again? Wait, wasn't it 4% before as well? What are we doing? Okay. Artillery Ballista has now been renamed as Siege Ballista. Okay. Duration of it half the duration. Bolt's attack speed is now 25% of base, and bolts now deal 25 to 60. So it's half the duration. And it's way weaker. And I think it might be slower too. I'm not sure. Bolt explosion radius is 1.4. It was 1.8. So AoE got nerfed as well. Explosion deals less damage. So Artillery Ballista got fucking gutted. Yeah, it got kind of gutted. However, it does scale off of your weapon now. So maybe it's stronger still. I don't know. Ball lightning can... So this is confusing. So like this says infusions are a new thing, right? So, but this says ball lightning can now consume a fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of its travel. Does this mean that skills that can consume infusions can only consume certain infusion types? Because if that's the case, all of these nodes that are like random infusion type, 50% to get a different elemental fusion type. Okay, all of that means I can't play the skill I'm trying to play if I get the wrong infusion type. I need more deterministic way of getting the infusion types I want. Not more deterministic ways to get random infusion types. Unless this is not how it works, and they just only decided to tell us about how the fire infusion works with ball and lightning. Maybe that's true. I don't know. That'd be really weird, though. I don't even know what this is. No longer grants life leech. Okay. Gets rage effect. Quality provides more minion damage instead of reduced reservation. No longer counts as dot. Wait. Using blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Okay, so you can't sprint after doing a blink then. What Mark was saying is correct, I guess. Huh. Okay. This is kind of annoying because we were doing the cast on freeze and cast on shock, but now it's just cast on ailment. I wonder if you can just have two cast on ailment setups. I don't know how that works though. Probably not. Requires 100 spirits as a minimum level 14. What were these? I think these were 60, weren't they? I think I can check that. Cast on freeze. Yeah. That's annoying. So now instead of a 60 spirit requirement, we have our replacement is a 100 spirit requirement. That's annoying, but okay. Comet got buffed. That's interesting. Earthquake buffed. Electrocuting arrow is a movement skill? Maybe I didn't know what electrocuting arrow was. I think I thought it was electrocuting rod or whatever. Lightning rod. Can now be infused with lightning to cause each ember in an entire fusillade to create a beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. now you can't use Ember Fusillade early. Okay. All right, let's look for Lightning Spear real quick. I'm sure I'm interested in more of these things, but I'm getting tired and I also want to eat some food. So let's see here. Lightning Rod. Cause an additional burst of impact instead of AoE. What? Bro, they're nerfing so much AoE shit. All right, Lightning Spear. Here we go. Now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels instead of up to 8. And no longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. Wait, that doesn't seem like that big of a nerf. Like 3 secondary bolts is a big nerf, but that doesn't seem that bad. Wait, are we just going to play Lightning Spear again? I think Lightning Spear is still good, boys. I could be wrong, but... Now grants 15% increased movement speed. However, it now grants 80% less movement speed. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Now has an attack speed of 50% base, previously 100. Okay. So that's how they're adjusting that. 30 to 66%. Oh, wow. Holy shit. No longer has the physical tag. Wait, why? Why does it not have the what? Okay. Wait, what? Shockwave Totem cannot itself create Jagged Ground. And supports no longer apply to Shockwave Totem? What does this fucking mean? What? Wait, what does that mean? Raise a totem that slams the ground around it, repeatedly damaging nearby enemies. Jagged ground erupts when hit by this slam. Jagged ground erupts when hit by this slam. So this is how it would just create jagged ground before. While the jagged ground eruption now... So wait, what? Shockwave Totem itself... Shockwave Totem cannot itself create jagged ground. But that's how we created... So how do you create jagged ground now? Supports slam skills, granting them a chance to create... Bro... While the jagged ground eruption does a shit ton of damage. Okay, so I guess what you could do is you could put shockwave totems down and then you yourself slam something and hope you hit the 50% chance to create a fucking jagged ground, I guess. And then these would do insane damage. They might already just do more damage, though, because they scale off your weapon now. I don't know. Ah, the game is so annoying right now, actually. Okay. I think that's all I'm going to check out for the day, boys. It looks like Lightning Spear might still be good. Who knows? Totems might be fucking cracked. I have no idea. Anyways, PoE 2, some exciting changes, some concerning changes, some like I don't know what to think changes. But that's what's gonna do it for the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. I'll catch you guys next time. Deuces.